Good morning. Yes. Good morning. Good morning. I'm audible and visible. Great. Yesterday we discussed consolidation of the Raj, and today we will begin our journey vis-a-vis economic history. That was a very important discussion because it becomes a building block of the British politics in India. So today we'll start with land revenue, then we'll go to commercialization, then we'll go to deindustrialization, and then into the concept of drain of wealth. Now, before we start these three things, we have to understand the significance of grant of Diwani rights. That is basically the first most important concept we have to understand. Then we'll understand these four other processes interrelated to each other. So the concept is, Anuj, it should not be a problem. You just know Battle of Buxar has happened and grant of Diwani has been given to the East India Company and to Robert Clive. Now, Sachin, I'll get it sorted. I had asked the team to upload it. I'll just get it sorted. Don't worry. So we have significance of the grant of Diwani rights, then land revenue, then commercialization, then deindustrialization, and then drain. These are topics interrelated, generally not very difficult if you are able to create a certain type of what we call as understanding, which is if you can understand the basic what we call a sequence of logic and how they are interrelated, then it was one of the most logical and the easiest topics. But from this area, UPSC is asked at least 2 to 3 prelims questions and 1 to 2 mains questions in that regard. So area is quite important when we talk about economic policies of the Raj 1 and 2. These are two modules which are very important, generally significant because of the way the East India Company operated in India. So we start with the significance of the grant of Diwani rights, and we have successfully in that way discussed what we call as decline of Mughals. Thereafter, we've understood the concept of advent of Europeans. Now we yesterday completed the expansion of the British Raj in India, and today we will go forward by doing consolidation and the land revenue systems and generally the economic policy is related to the concept of what the East India Company wanted. So if everybody is here, everybody is ready, we can start. Yes? Great. Okay. Now, let's first talk about why was grant of Diwani so important. So important. Now, please pay attention. Very interesting understanding because people don't tend to give heed to the fact that basically the grant of the Diwani changed everything in that regard. So, pre 1765, if we look at the basic relationship, for example, between England, India, and China. These are three very important zones of the world generally. And if we look at these three basic sectors, how is the trade happening? How is the trade happening? The SMEs pushed the link to the police article. You would have seen it right now, which is he's pushed module number 5, 6, and article of the police. You can see it. It would be in under your resources also. It should be there, right? So you have England, you have China, you have India, and the relationship is based on commodities. So what can India offer to England as a commodity or as commodities generally? What are the things which were exported out of India? Very good. Spices, pepper, cotton cloth. Very good. Silk, salt petter. Very good. Salt petter. Okay, good. Perfect. Cotton cloth is nothing but calicos. Calicos. And muslin is this. No, not indigo. Not indigo. As of right now, not indigo. China is known for two things: tea and silk. Tea and silk. So, does England have anything to sell to us? Can England sell anything to us? No. Because basically we are a self-sufficient subcontinent. Everything is grown here. Everything is created here. Everything is available here. So what will the English sell us? Wool. As it is, we have one of the best, what we call as pashmina wools. Even the concept of wool, anything which they can bring in is already available in India. So when the British used to come to India and go to China, they could only give us one thing, which is gold and silver. That is the only thing we would accept, because there's nothing else. Gold and silver together is called bullion. Bullion means gold and silver. Now, very basically, the fact is that they can only bring in gold and silver, and thereafter these commodities will flow to England. These commodities will flow to England. These commodities will flow to England. But if you notice one thing, what England brings in is precious metal, but what England takes is perishable items. Because if they take, for example, pepper, it has a shelf life. Once it is gone spoiled, or it does not actually have the medicinal qualities or the qualities it wants, basically people can consume it. And more than that, it is generally based on perishability. So it's basically you giving me gold and silver, and I am giving you a roti or a chapati. You will eat it. So therefore, you would again have to come to me. You are giving me gold and silver, which can survive for centuries, but you are taking a commodity which is based on the concept of perishability and consumption. As soon as it goes to England, it is in quite a lot of demand, and therefore the English are, as of right now, it's called bleeding gold and silver. They are literally bleeding gold and silver, because whenever they come with gold and silver. They take with them calicos, they take with them spices, and it is consumed in the market of England, and then they again have to come, because that commodity will not survive one consumption cycle itself. So if I had to say that the balance of trade and payment, it is favorable which side? India, China or England? Why India will accept gold and silver? Because everybody likes gold and silver. It is favorable towards India and China. So when we talk about balance of trade, the balance of trade is heavily skewed towards India and China, wherein they are getting precious metal and they are selling commodities to England. So basically, we are exporting like anything, and what we do get as return for it is a very important commodity as a form of what we call as currency. Gold and silver is nothing but currency. So this is the structure of how the East India Company is operating. The East India Company in India and China is operating like this. So it is a system in which England loses everything and we gain everything. So it's a system of balance of payment and trade towards England. If you understand this, then I would like to explain to you what does the Diwani rights actually change. Understand this? Very good. Now, what changes? What changes? Post 1765, post 1765, there will be a major change. And the major change is that in this relationship of England, India, and China, now the British have a certain amount of revenue generated here. Revenue collected by the English in India. In India. Now this revenue is going to be a game changer. Why? Because what they will do is they will divide this revenue into two parts. With one half, they buy the commodities they need to sell in the English market. So they will rather buy with this silk, pepper, cotton, saltpeter, etc. And with the other half, they will buy commodities they can sell in China. And that basic commodity was opium. Opium is basically an narcotic. You would know afim. So opium basically was introduced in China by the British itself. They started to smuggle, illegally trade in opium so as to open up China. So using that opium, they used to smuggle it, get gold and silver, and then go to China and very simply buy silk and tea. Now, if you look at this relationship, now things are flowing towards England. Things are flowing towards England, which is tea and silk and commodities without a need for any form of unilateral transfer from England. So basically the need for gold and silver being exported out is negated. So very simply, now the English have a totally different relationship with these countries. As I said, the simple point of the matter is China was still not ready to buy most of the commodities which were available in India, but the English will very categorically, very systematically make the Chinese drug addicts in a way by introducing opium as a narcotic and then sell what is called the Patna opium to the Chinese, not the Chinese authorities, but the Chinese smugglers, illegal traders, take gold and silver from them and then take it to Chinese port called Canton. The basic point is India again cannot offer anything to China vis-a-vis trade, but the British forced the issue via the opium concept. So opium had become a very important commodity for them because this will in turn lead to the need for gold and silver to get negated. Now tell me where the opium is a narcotic. You understand cocaine, you understand cocaine, same like cocaine, it is opium. Opium is called afim in Hindi. Afim, opium, ganja, whatever you want to call it. The basic point is it is a narcotic. So, so if we look at the balance of payment right now, now where is it positive and where is it negative? Heroin, whatever you like, no issues. Yes, great. Now it has fully reversed itself. So now when we talk about balance of payment and trade, now here there is positive, here there is negative, but India it is double negative because India loses both import income because India is now losing import and export income and also losing revenue. So this grant of Diwani is considered as the major turning point in the relationship of the English East India Company in India. And that is why we are so obsessed with talking about it because the fact of the matter is just by this revenue from Bengal, Bihar and Orissa, what happens is that the need for any form of what we call as gold and silver coming from England is negated itself. This is called triangular trade. This is what is called in history as triangular trade. What do we call as triangular trade? Basically, from India, a certain amount of revenue is generated. That revenue is divided into two parts. First part and second part. First part, what they do is that commodities in demand are bought by Indian revenue, and via Bombay, they will basically take it to England. They will take it to England. And on the other hand, the second part is used to buy opium and sell it to the Chinese and take their silk and tea and then again take it to England. This is called, if you look at it closely, this is called the triangular trade. This is called the triangle which is created wherein India was now at a disadvantage. There is one more triangular trade which is called the slave trade, but we call it this whole system what is called quadrilateral trade. Triangular trade you will do with me when we'll discuss America, but that's a different triangular trade. This is a different triangular trade. This is the Indian triangle which was created. And basically, if you link it up, it becomes a quadrilateral because Africa will also get connected, and then after United States is on. That is a separate issue altogether. Simple point of the matter is, before I go into land revenue systems, do we understand the importance of this blue thing which is coming out of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa, which is revenue? This land revenue is extremely important. Why? Because it has changed the relationship fully. It has fully changed the relationship. Initially, again, for anybody who's joined late, listen to me. Initially, the relationship was based on bringing in gold and silver, and because they had nothing to sell to India, therefore they used to take the commodities and take it to England. Balance of payment and balance of trade is very, very negative vis-a-vis the English, and very positive in India and China both. On the other hand, as soon as that revenue is generated in India, half of it will be used to buy the commodities which they were actually buying with gold and silver, take it to England, and then half they would smuggle in the form of opium into China, and then take their tea and silk. If you look at it now, all arrows actually flow towards the English rather than coming out of the English. Therefore, this will change the trade dynamics of the world and make East India Company one of the most prosperous companies itself, and England will get its most important jewel in its crown, which is India, because that will now change everything vis-a-vis how they trade in the Asian world or in the Indian Ocean world. Are we clear with regards to this? Because then I will talk about land revenue systems. Yes? Okay. Ottomans will survive till First World War. Okay. Are we clear? Can I get an assertion here? Yes or no? Because you will not find this discussion in standard books. A lot of things which I teach you today are much higher level than what you will find in standard book spectrum and all. So please understand it. So how do we call it if you had to write it in the examination? The East India Company was mainly concerned with acquiring Indian goods for sale in Europe. Since there was little demand for British goods in India at that time, the company had to bring gold and silver to pay for its purchases. After the conquest of Bengal, it hoped that it would no longer have to import this bullion into India. Instead, that would collect taxes from the Indian subjects and use the surplus over local expenditure to buy commodities that would be exported to Europe, and also use one part for China. Now, the basic question which is generated is, what is the game changer here? What is the game changer here? The game changer is what? What changes the whole game? Diwani rights. Now, what we need to understand is, if Diwani rights gives Clive the right to collect taxes from Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa, now it is that how does the British extract this revenue? And that is why now our discussion is going to pivot to the second part of the story, which is basically related to the concept of economic policy. Economic policy. So what we now start is basically land revenue systems, and basically the obsession of the English to bring out and take out as much as possible. So we now enter the first important topic, which is called land revenue systems. Because this land revenue is the game changer, it is very, very important that we understand how did they extract the revenue itself. Okay. Now, see, there are three known systems which are permanent settlement, Ratwari settlement, Meherwali settlement. But there are two systems before it also. So the first system is under Clive. Clive is that person who will change the whole structure or will not play with the structure too much. What type of orientation does Clive have? He will not change. Very good. He will not play with the system too much, because he has what is called a hands-off policy. So we will not play with this system too much. Whatever we can do, we will do it with minimal intervention. So what Clive does is, you have the existing model and structure of revenue extraction of Bengal, which preceded the English. What Clive does is he does not fundamentally change here anything. Does not fundamentally change anything. Hands off policy is that I will not change too much. Clive has this concept, hands off. We will get what we need to get, as much least intervention possible. He did not fundamentally change anything here, but rather he did one thing. Which is he appointed European supervisors to accompany these native officers. So if when you will do with me medieval India, I will tell you there are two important officers. One is called Amin and the other one is called Amil. Amin is the revenue assessor and Amil is the revenue collector. So what he did was that he just appointed these European supervisors who would just go with the Amin and the Amil when they were collecting revenue. So it's a picnic for them. They just accompany the Amin and the Amil, and they will not change the structure one bit. But what this European supervisor actually does is that the European supervisor creates pressure for over extraction. So for example, a peasant could pay only 5,000 rupiah. So the European assessor will say, no, take out 8,000 out of this. Take out 8,000 out of it. And Britisher is saying he is technically embodying the Diwani. So therefore the Amin and the Amil will have no other option but to comply with what the supervisor is saying. The simple point of the matter is, because the Europeans entered this system with zero knowledge of the whole system, what is going to happen is there will be what we call as over extraction and over exploitation. And the consequence of this is considered the famine of 1772, rather 1770 and 72. Famine means when people start to die because of hunger. People start to die out of hunger. Did the peasant pay? He has no other option. See, in India, before the British came, see, hunger is something which is there. But in a country like India or a subcontinent like India, famines were not common. Famines are actually not common. So if one innovation which English introduced into India was acute shortage of food, in turn leading to people dying because of hunger. And it is believed that in this famine, Bengal famine of 1770 and 72, it's called the Bengal famine, there was 1/3 of the population of Bengal was wiped out. Was wiped out. One third. So if the population was close to 1 lakh, for example, 30,000 or 33,000 people died just because they did not have access to food grains. Now the court of directors will ask Clive, what have you done? We asked you to extract a revenue. You have over exploited, you have over extracted, you destroyed the agriculture also. You destroyed the agriculture also. So what Clive will say, he will say, not my fault. I did my job perfectly. It is this Reza Khan, who is the Nazim, who's corrupt. I am trustworthy. This Najim Reza Khan, he is the one who actually overexploited. So what he will do is that he will scapegoat. He will say, what we say, throw under the bus. He will say Reza Khan is the reason, remove him. But the reason basically was Clive. That Clive was not sensitive to the agrarian economy itself. He had no idea itself. The basic point here is that Clive, who actually appointed himself appointed Reza Khan as Nazim, he will say he is the reason, he is the corrupt person. He's just passing the buck. Perfect. But if I'm the East India Company, is this a favorable position or it's an unfavorable position? It's an unfavorable position. Because see, I want revenue. For example, I want revenue. Now what happens is 1 year I get 1 lakh. Then next year I get 20,000. Then again I get 1 lakh. Then again I get 10,000. So this type of revenue stream, will the British want this type of revenue stream? No, because there is too much volatility, and more than that, there's no consistency. They want consistency, that every year same amount of money should come. And what Robert Clive has done, Clive has been able to extract maybe, for example, some amount of money in that year. If 3 crore could come, he's taken out 4 crores. But next year, because of the Bengal famine, only 50,000 came. So if you are paying your shareholders 1 year dividend of £100, and next year you are paying only £20, then obviously people will start to ask questions. And therein the Clive model failed very badly. And when Warren Hastings was sent to India, he was given a mandate that go and figure out the revenue policy so that we can have consistent flow of income. So let's read this basic concept. What is the initial arrangement which was there? Although native officers were in charge of collection, European officers of the company were given supervisory authority over them. Their corruption and lack of understanding of local situation led to complete disorganization of the agrarian economy in the Diwani provinces within a few years. The company directors, unable to pay their shareholders expected amount of dividend, began to look for reasons for the falling revenue and devastating famine which happened in Bengal itself. They found, and Clive found, an easy scapegoat in the form of Reza Khan, who was arrested on false charges of corruption and embezzlement. He said he is the money launderer. He is taking the money and he is taking it somewhere else. And the real reason was the fact that they wanted consistent revenue, and that is why Hastings will be sent with the mandate, go and find a solution. But the fact of the matter is that Clive had ruined the economy within 5 years itself. By 1769, 1770, 71, there are devastating famines which are coming through. So the first experiment fails because of Clive's incompetence and understanding, which was based on flawed understanding of what we call as agrarian economy. So can we agree that Clive's system was never going to work and generally was based on over exploitation? Yes? Very good. Now Warren Hastings comes to India. Now Warren Hastings comes to India. And his model is called the farming out system. But in India, it is also called the Izaredari system, or sometimes also called Ij Izdari system. Izdari system. So, what is Warren Hastings model? See, the first thing which he does is that he removes native officers responsible for revenue collection. So your Amin and Amil are gone. Everybody is following me till this point? Mandeep, that is a totally different system. This is the one which Warren Hastings changed to create his own. Okay. Is everybody following me? Come on. Yes. Okay. So first thing is Amin and Amil gone. Now how does Warren Hastings then extract revenue? See, the extraction of revenue is based on the following model. He now appoints what is called a district collector. He's a European. So for the first time, we see the office of district collector created, for which you are competing and want to be, which is you want to be a district collector. So therefore, this office of district collector is created in 1772 by Warren Hastings. And what the district collector does, Amin Amil are old revenue assessor and collectors. Assessor is the one who assesses and goes and says what is the estimated revenue. Amil goes and collects the tax. Think of it like an income tax department, assessor, and the concept of collector. Okay. So now listen to me. So district collector has been appointed. Now what the district collector does is, his job is not to go to the village. His job is not to go to the village. His job is actually just sit there. And what Warren Hastings does, he says that, see, this much amount of land is available to us. So for example, the whole of Bengal, one second. For example, if whole of Bengal was maybe 1 lakh acre, for example, approximately, what he does is that he divides the land in Bengal into divisions. He divides it into divisions. And he says that, for example, this division A is up for auction. Auction means nilami. If you don't understand auction, nilami is up for auction. Now these divisions, you can think of them then as revenue divisions. A is up for auction. Don't use Pargana one. It's just their hypothetical system. So now A is up for auction. So what is actually up for auction is the right to collect tax and ownership. Basically, this is called farming out system because they farm out the right to collect tax and ownership to the highest bidder. To the highest bidder. Meaning that if there is X, Y, Z, X says I can extract 5,000 rupiah, Y can say I can extract 5,500 rupiah, and Z says I can extract 4,000 rupiah. Who will get this tax? Or who will get this A? Revenue division. Why? Y will technically then win this auction, and he will go and collect tax, and the highest bidder has to collect tax, and then he has to deposit it with the district collector. So it's a very weird system. Why not X? Because X has 5,000 and Y has 5,500. Highest bidder. So very simply, if I have to extract 5,500 and give it to the district collector, will I only extract 5,500? Bidders are Indian. These are Indians. No, because I also have to, in a way, get my own income. So I will rather extract 6,000 and pay 5,500 to the district collector. But now tell me one thing. If this pen costs 5 rupees and I say that it is autographed by some personality, and you start to bid that I will give it to the person who will pay me the most probably the bidding is going to go above 5 rupees. The real value of this is 5, but you will give me more than that. You will say 10, I will give 15, I will give 20, 30, 40, 50. So very simply, this land A has the capacity only to give 3,000. But just to win the auction, Y said, I will give 5,500. Does not know where the land is, has not ever seen the land. The fact of the matter is, Y is bidding, I will pay more. So what is going to consequently happen? If you pay to the highest bidder, the bidder will what? What will this person, this Indian element, what will he do? He will again start to over extract. And if he is over extracting, the peasant again will suffer. So the farming out system is basically based on an Indian exploiting an Indian. So you look at the absurdity of this event and absurdity of this whole system. A European district collector is making an Indian collect tax from an Indian, but because it is based on bidding and you want to get this land, the basic point of the matter is that you will start to over extract. And there's one more rider. That if you fail to pay revenue, then it will be further auctioned to highest bidder. So you are not able to pay 5,500. So what they will do is they will take the ownership and revenue rights and then say who wants it, and they'll give it to that person. So is the ultimate ownership of land with the Indians or with the Britishers? It is the Britishers. Basically, the English are not giving you ownership. They are only giving you ownership if you have the capacity to collect a tax. I'll repeat this system, then I'll give you a working example of it, and then we'll move on to Cornwallis's permanent settlement. The system before this was European supervisors over the Indian element leads to famine. Hastings is sent with the mandate, try to find a solution for this. So what he does is that he removes the Amin and the Amil. District collector is appointed. His task is to divide the Bengal, Bihar and Orissa into revenue divisions, and every revenue division is auctioned to the highest bidder. If the highest bidder is able to pay the tax on time, he is given ownership and revenue collection rights. And the highest bidder is most probably an Indian only. However, if he fails, he will not be able to pay, or he will not be able, if he's not able to pay that revenue, the ownership and revenue right is taken away and again auctioned in that regard. Now, what is the problem in this system is there will always be more and more over assessment and over exploitation and over extraction, which again is not good for the British, because one bidder will say I can take out 5,500, then he only paid 1,000. Next bidder says I can say 10,000, he pays only 500. Again, there is no consistency. So is this system making sense? It's making sense? You are saying no, it's not making sense, or there's no issue? See, I'll give you a very simple example. After this, there should be no issue generally. Listen to me. Very simple. I am a landlord. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different flats. I have 6 different flats. Now, one thing would be that I go and collect rent from each one of them. But what Hastings does is he says no. He puts out an advertisement saying this flat A, B, C, D, E, and F, whoever can give me the most amount of rent out of A, B, C, D, E, and F, I will give that person temporary ownership of that flat. So X comes, Y comes, Z comes, and W comes. X says that I can extract out of A 500 rupees. Y says that I can extract 1,000. Z says that I can extract 2,000. And W says that I can extract 1,500. Now, the person who lives in A, he only has the capacity to pay 800 rupees. But the landlord basically will give it to Z, because Z is the highest bidder. Z says I can take out 2,000. This whole process will happen for B, C, D, E, and EF also. But what is happening here? In order to get more amount, or in order to win the bid, he has now quoted an unrealistic amount. So what will happen is that the first revenue cycle will happen, or first rent collection will happen, and this person will come under pressure. He will start to beat him up. He will start to threaten him that how can you not pay me 2,000? You have to pay 2,000. Somehow he gets 1,200 rupees out of the same person. However, it is less than 2,000. So the landlord will take this 1,200 and then say to Z that you failed to give me what you actually promised. So he will again put in an advertisement for A saying, I am putting this for auction. Tell me who can pay more or who can pay how much. Understand one thing, the person's capacity is still 800 rupees only. Whatever you bid, but the person can't pay more than that. So what is the basic impact of farming out system is that there will be the over exploitation of the peasant. The peasant will literally get exploited more and more, and the ownership will keep on transferring between these people, because none of them will actually be able to pay any revenue. But as a landlord, am I happy that the revenue was not collected at the optimal amount? No, because my issue still remains. My issue still remains, which is that I am not getting consistent revenue. I am not getting revenue which is consistent. So the problem basically, I hope this basic example made sense to you. What is the concept of highest bidder and the concept of what we call as the farming out system? The problem of this system still is that there is no consistent flow of income, because there is literally variation according to cycle, and more than that, there is no given amount which Warren Hastings can quote that okay, this much is going to come, because some bidder says less, some bidder says more. Simply, they are again playing us against us. It's an Indian exploiting an Indian. And why do we call it the Izdari system? Because this highest bidder was called Izdar, or sometimes called Izdar. So that's why it's called Izdari system. It's called the Izdari system. So very simply, Warren Hastings model. Now please pay attention. I'll read it out to you and then we move on. Hastings introduced the system called farming out. European district collectors were made in charge of revenue collection, while the revenue collecting right was farmed out to the highest bidder. The farming system ultimately failed to improve the situation, as the farmers, or what are called the revenue collectors, tried to extract as much as possible without any concern for production process, and the burden of the revenue demand fell on the peasant, and basically it increased exponentially. The outcome of this rat experimentation is again the ruination of agricultural population. And in 1784, Cornwallis will be sent with again the mandate, find a solution to this problem. Very simply, they have now tried two systems. One, what we call as the Clive model, European supervisors, and the Warren Hastings model, which is based on highest bidder for revenue division and farming out the revenue right itself. See, in the examination, you don't make these flow charts. All of this is for your explanation. If you understand the basic idea and you write what is written in the PPT, your task is done. What you just write is farmed out to the highest bidder. The word is farmed out to highest bidder. If you can just write this, your task is done. This is for your understanding. Are we clear with regards to this? Because then I move to permanent settlement. What is the difference between the two? There's a major difference between the two. First is based on the concept of what we call as European supervisors, but Indian collective, Indian, what we call old elements of revenue collection. Here it's totally different vis-a-vis a new concept which they introduce: highest bidder, highest bidder, highest bidder. Yes? Okay. I am as it is making notes for you. Understand. These things are not to be learnt. If you will try to ratify this, you will never be able to ratify this. Try to create a certain model in your mind. All of this is logical. You can see it's a conceptual concept. Why would landlord give his own land? Because I don't want to go and collect the tax itself. So I want somebody to give it to me. That's it. So very simply, just create a certain image in your mind. So district collector is the first major change. Then you have the highest bidder. Can I move on to permanent now? Come on. How Amin and Amil selected, that's a separate issue altogether, not related to the British. They were already there under the Mughals. Okay. Great. Perfect. Now please pay attention. Summary of Clive is simple: European supervisor over in native collectors destroys the economy. Now, Vaibhav, if you're asking me this question that do collectors pass the CSE examination, then you don't remember what happened yesterday itself. Are the European district collectors writing the examination? It's an open competition based selection, or yes or no? No, it's nominated by the court of directors. When will open competition come in Indian civil services? 1853. Perfect. So use the logic which I don't teach randomly, right? I'm teaching you with a certain, why would I teach you ICS first and then land revenue? Because that is connected. Okay. Can't Indians have played like always, less revenue, making things more multiple? Vishnu, you need to understand one thing. It's not a democratic system. And this is a very important innocence which needs to come out. This is not democracy that you go and protest. No one cares. The British will shoot you. Literally shoot you. So the British don't work with notions of what we call as the concept of democracy. Does the peasant consent? We should think about the peasant. The British are here to extract, and that is what they are going to do, irrespective of whatever you like it, you don't like it, does not really matter to the British. So be very, very clear about this. The Britishers are not here to help the Indians or help the agrarian system. They just want to take out as much as possible. That is the basic point here. Yes, Femina, that's a correct logic. Okay, now let's talk about the permanent settlement. At the end of the discussion of permanent Rayatwari and what we call as Mahalwari, I'll give you a table as a form of summary, and that should be enough for any form of revision. But now again, try to understand the system. Now the British have tried two models. The first model is send a European supervisor. Didn't work. Second is randomly give anybody the right to collect tax if he is ready to pay tax. This is what the basic two models is. Send a European and give it to anybody. Any person roaming on the road, he says I can take out 5,000. They will say, okay, go and collect 5,000. But Cornwallis is different. Cornwallis looks at the agrarian society of Bengal and he sees a pattern. The pattern is that within a given area of Bengal, there are two types of classes which control land. One are called zamindars and the other one are called peasants. Zamindar is nothing but a landlord and peasant is nothing but a farmer. The difference between the zamindar and landlord was zamindar and peasant is going to be zamindar have the land size is very, very big, is exponentially bigger than a peasant land. Yes, you are a zamindar only when you have acres and acres of land. Now, in the agrarian society of Bengal, for example, if the total population was 1 lakh, just a basic estimation, example, there were 20,000 zamindars and 80,000 peasants, and they controlled close to 65 to 70% of the land, and they controlled only 30 to 35% of the land. So is there concentration of land in one hand? Yes, there is. Because there is concentration of land in the zamindar. Zamindars are less in number, but they have more land. Peasants are more in number, but they have less land. How it happens? Because India is based on inequality. How is that India? How is that somebody is rich and poor? I'm not going into that. Zamindars have zamindars are zamindars. Some of you may be zamindars yourself. So the simple point is that there are two basic elements. There are two basic elements which are there: zamindar and peasant. Now Cornwallis comes from himself landlord class. He himself is a lord. He's a lord. He comes from landlord class. And now it is that who should we actually collect revenue from? Who should we actually collect revenue from? Should we go to the peasant or should we go to the zamindar? Cornwallis is coming from a landlord class, but he also is able to see that firstly, they are numerically less, but very powerful as more land is with them. So, under permanent settlement, Cornwallis now decides that he will settle with the zamindar. That is why the term land revenue settlements. He chooses that he will settle the land revenue with zamindar. So first point is why zamindar is clear. Why zamindar were selected is clear. Why did Cornwallis select the zamindars? Because they are a numerically less number and a more politically dominant and generally a more politically powerful group. And therefore, it was easier for them to settle with the zamindar and not settle with the peasant. Settle means is to go and have an arrangement with the zamindar. I'll tell you the structure, but the question is why zamindar is clear. Agrarian economy, there are two basic classes, and a landlord will trust a landlord, so he trusts landlord itself. Right? Okay. Now, what is the structure of permanent settlement? See, permanent settlement was based on the logic, from which period zamindars exist? Since time immemorial. Since land exists, zamindars exist. The logic of this settlement was, in order to get consistent and in order to get consistent revenue flow, fix the revenue or taxation forever. That is why it is called permanent settlement. You fix the taxation or the revenue forever so that East India Company knows how much revenue will be collected. How much revenue will be collected. So the model is very simple. District collector still is there. District collector will go and settle with the zamindar. The revenue collection and ownership right is given to the zamindar. As soon as the zamindar gets ownership and revenue collecting rights, all peasants are are converted to tenants and their revenue and ownership rights are taken away. So in this system, as soon as he settles with the zamindars 20,000, the 80,000 peasants will not be recognized as landowners. All of the land ownership will be given to zamindars. So the fact is that as soon as the permanent settlement comes through, the only recognized ownership right is going to be of the zamindar. Peasants, now what is the task of the zamindar? He will go and collect revenue out of the numerous peasants under him and give it to the state. Forcefully? Question mark. Yes, that is the way British works. Simple point is, the fact is that now the peasant has been converted into a tenant. So if you look at it, the zamindar actually becomes rather from a landed class into an officer of the British, because the concept is, I go and say to, for example, very simply, there is this area in Bengal. Please pay attention. I'm trying to explain to this concept to you. There is this area in Bengal, and I was a zamindar here. I controlled 10 acres, and thereafter there were 10 peasants who controlled 8 acres. Now what permanent settlement will do is that it will come and settle with the zamindar. And the total land recognized is going to be how much? 10 acres or 18 acres? Very good. Is going to be 18 acres. All these peasants will be dispossessed of their ownership. Now it is going to be the task of the zamindar to now go and extract from each one of these peasants. So are you getting the system, how it actually works? It's a very bad system for peasants, because those zamindars are recognized as ownership. The ownership rights of peasants is de-recognized or is taken away in one go itself. So very simply, the zamindar is given the revenue collecting right and the ownership right, but he has to now go and collect it from the peasants. Therefore, the settlement happens with the zamindar. Who will the British contact for revenue? They will contact the zamindar. So now there's a whole constellation of zamindars which the district collector realizes or recognizes as the real owners of the land. Peasants, did they agree to give ownership? No. Just the papers were changed. Please understand this. There is no concept of consent here. Remove this concept of agreement, disagreement. Once the district collector comes and says, okay, this is one district. In my district, there are 4 zamindars and 20 peasants. They will recognize the 4 zamindars and dispossess these 20 peasants by arguing that they are basically the real owners of the land itself. And now the zamindar's task is going to be go and collect tax from the peasants and give it to the district collector. Are we clear with regards to this? Why would then a peasant listen to a zamindar? There's something called force, there's something called violence, there's something called power. So are we clear with regards to this? Gorli, come on, tell me. Are you getting the point of how they have now experimented with three different models? They went with European supervisors, they went with the concept of highest bidder, and now they went with the concept of a zamindar. But now the more interesting part comes now. Are we understanding why zamindar and what is the basic logic? Yes, very good. We understand this. Now, very simply, what is the state share? What is state's share? And here is the catch. 10/11th of revenue will be taken by the state and 1/11th will be kept by zamindar. This technically makes the revenue, or what we call as the taxation rate, at 90%. Taxation rate is close to 90%. Close to 90%. Meaning, if out of this whole area, 11,000 rupees is generated, state will get 10,000 and 1,000 will go to the zamindar. 1,000 will go to the zamindar. Now, what is this logic of 10/11th and 10/11th and 1/11th? The concept is very simple. What the British are saying, we are fixing our share forever. We are fixing our share forever, wherein this will never change. So if there is an increase in the taxation, or increase in revenue, the zamindar will get it. So therefore, the zamindar has the incentive to improve the land. It is technically giving the lion the authority to protect the deer. Wherein they are saying, because we have fixed, because we understand this, because the British are saying that we have fixed our share forever and ever, that is 10/11th, any change will be zamindar's incentive. That the zamindar improves the land and increases his share. Now, if you think like a Britisher, you would understand one thing. That if I'm doing this, I would fix the land revenue at the highest possible or the lowest possible. Highest possible. So what happens actually is that in order to make this work, the Britishers start to fix the land revenue at the highest possible amount. And then Cornwallis can say to the court of directors, see, I have fixed the amount at this much. Now I think this much we can get. And therefore I have permanently told you how much revenue you can get. Therefore, I am fixing at the highest possible amount. And the biggest rider in this system is, if zamindar fails, to pay tax on a given date, which is called the sunset law, zamindari will be taken away and given to highest bidder. And this highest bidder could be anybody, not necessarily a zamindar. Highest bidder. So, though in principle, it seems that this model is actually pro zamindar, but on the ground, no zamindar was ever able to meet the demand itself. And therefore, zamindars themselves started to lose land. Sunset law is that I said that on 19th April, you need to give me this much amount. If you don't give me this much amount, I will take away your land and give it to the highest bidder. Are you getting my point? How the whole permanent settlement is actually flawed, because it is not even pro zamindar in that regard, because it actually is going to fix it at an amount which the zamindar can also not pay. Make sense? See, let's do one thing. I'll give you a 10-minute break later. I'm giving you a 5-minute break here. 5 minutes. Think about it. When I am back, I will again give you the whole summary again in one slide. And then we'll move on and take the 10-minute break once we're done with land revenue. Can we do that? Because it is becoming heavy, so I want you to take a small break here. Make sense? Okay. So it is 7:17. We come back at 7:23. And then I'll give you the summary again. I'm leaving you on this slide. Think about it. Right? Great. See you at 7:23. Okay. Let me bring all of this information on one slide and it will start to make sense more. But is this actually making sense a little bit? 1%, 10%, 5%? Yes? Okay. Right. See, try to make sense. It's actually not even difficult. Permanent settlement. What are the basic features? Sunset law, if payment did not come in the sunset of a specific date. Yes, that is why it's called sunset law. Yes. District collector gives revenue collection rights and ownership. This ownership is temporary or permanent? Very good. To the zamindars. Zamindar has to abide by the following. 10/11 to be paid to state. 1/11 is zamindar's share. If fails to pay on specific day sunset, which is called sunset law, revenue collection right will be auctioned along with ownership to highest bidder. You are trying to say that zamindars have to pay beyond they earn, so Britishers fixed amount. See, the basic point is first you tell me, are these three riders clear? Because then I'll tell you how it actually doesn't really work. Are these three riders clear? 10/11 you have to pay to the state. If you don't pay it on a specific date, you will be technically your revenue right and your ownership will be given to the highest bidder. Now, what is the flaw in this system? The flaw in this system first is that all peasants become landless and no ownership right. Second, 10/11 means 90% share. In Indian history, did three happen? Yes, it happened quite a lot. In Indian history, there has been never a case, even Aurangzeb asked for 50%. 90% share is a very big share. 90% share of revenue is very high. And because revenue demand is forever going to be the same, highest possible revenue was fixed, unrealistic, which brings you to the third point itself. Now, are you able to make sense of the permanent? Come on. The bidder also has the same concept. The bidder again goes from the same loop itself. It's not different for him or her. It's the same thing. How peasants become tenants? Because when a peasant is a word used for a person who owns land. He becomes a tenant because all ownership rights has gone into the zamindars. So let me read it out to you, and it should actually make sense because there's nothing here. I'll give you a table in the end. That is more than enough. Can everybody or anybody tell me it's making sense? Yes or no? Because then I go into the PPT and then I move to the Rayatwari system. Yes? Okay. I will give you a break of 10 minutes. Don't worry. Now, what is the permanent settlement? We've discussed the European supervisor concept. We discussed farming out to the highest bidder concept. And now we are moving to permanent. Under permanent, it's very easy. He means Cornwallis. He means Cornwallis. Realized that the existing system was impoverishing the country, ruining agriculture, and not producing large and regular sums for the company as hoped for. He technically didn't care about these two, rather, it was about the second, third part. Company's trade was also suffering because of difficulty in procuring Indian goods to export to Europe. Company officials and European observers such as Alexander Doe, please remember their name. Alexander Doe, Henry Purlow, Philip Francis, and Thomas Law were advocating for permanently fixing the land revenue itself. Their ideas went into making the permanent settlement of 1793, which introduced in Bengal the policy of assessment forever. The system was prevalent in West Bengal, Bihar, Orissa, UP, parts of UP, Andhra Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh. Now, very simply, why was it landlord based? It was landlord based because the landlords would invest money in improving land as the state share had been fixed forever. So the whole benefit of increasing production would be going to the zamindar itself. This would also ensure that the company got it taxed regularly. The land revenue, since it is going to be fixed perpetually or for perpetuity, was going to be fixed at the absolute maximum. The fixed amount was 10/11th of the portion of the revenue of for the government, and this is a misprint. It should be 1/11th. 1/11th was for the zamindar. This tax rate was higher than even the prevailing rates in England itself. Why was it permanent settlement made with the zamindars? Cornwallis himself was a landed aristocrat in Europe. He was imbued with the idea that landlordism is the best way and landlords prefer to make land better. He had not met Indian zamindars in that regard. It was easier to collect revenue from the small number of zamindars than actually the innumerable number of smaller peasantry. It would also ensure the loyalty of a powerful class of local population. Zamindars could sell, mortgage, and transfer the right to collect revenue, and the land could also be inherited by heirs. If you are complying with the system, it allows you to inherit also. Now, how did the peasants or get impacted, or what was the impact on peasants via permanent settlement? Those who lost out in the settlement were peasants who were left at the mercy of the zamindars. Their customary occupancy rights were ignored and reduced to status of tenants. The burden of high revenue assessment was thus shifted to the peasant, who was called upon to even pay illegal cesses. And in 1799 and 1812, the British even introduced regulations that a zamindar could seize the property of a peasant or rather a tenant if he is not able to pay the rent without even the permission of the court of law. So therefore, it seems that this whole settlement is pro zamindar. Is pro zamindar. Peasants have own land or not. Peasants, word peasant is used for a person who owns his own land. Peasant is a farmer, tenant is an agricultural labor. That's it. He is a farmer, he's an agri labor. Now, as it seems, this whole system, don't have to remember the years, just 1793. As it seems, this whole system looks like pro zamindar. However, failure to pay the revenue would lead to confiscation of the zamindari by the government and sale by auction. The new purchase would have the ownership right on it, and this is what the so-called private property was created, that the British could shift at any point of time the ownership, because if you defaulted, though this settlement was pro zamindar, they also had to face a number of difficulties. The zamindars had to pay a fixed amount of revenue by a particular date, which is called sunset law. Failure to pay so would lead to the zamindars or their zamindari taken away and sale through auction itself. And they found often it quite difficult to pay this very high demand. And actually, it is believed that 54% of all zamindars in Bengal actually lost their land itself. So the ultimate winner of this whole system, which prevailed in this sector of India, was the British. So now, before I move to Rayatwari, see, can you remember these basic things? Permanent. You don't have to explain it to the examiner, obviously. Permanent 1793. Zamindar 10/11 and 1/11. Sunset law. Peasant becomes landless and poverty will prevail. You can remember this much? 4 basic points. And the benefit for the East India Company is that there will be no variation, because if the land demand is fixed permanently, in principle, they would know how much they can actually get. Because in farming out system, bidding would mean somebody would bid less, more variation. So very simply, peasants were reduced to landless labor. What will be share of peasant? 0, nothing, 0. Peasant does not get anything. Now tell me, make sense? Come on. It's not technical. It's not difficult. Now I'll ask you a very simple question. When you look at this map and look at the permanent settlement areas, do you realize how the modern economic map or poverty map of India intersects with the map where permanent settlement is? Meaning that the states which still today actually in a way struggle economically or with poverty or with hunger are actually the exact same states or areas in which the permanent settlement was applied. We'll talk about this concept in post-independence, that there is a regional inequality in India because the permanent settlement areas were the worst hit. Bengal was fully ruined by the British, and generally this area struggles till today to come out of that impact. So permanent settlement, I can safely assume, is clear, because if that is clear, then Rayatwari becomes easy. We can discuss Rayatwari. Okay. How will this peasant survive? Kiru, nobody cares. That is why peasants died, literally died. Will they take Zamindar's own land in addition to rights? Yes. Everything will be taken. Now, Rayatwari settlement. If you understand permanent settlement, then Rayatwari is going to be very, very easy. Very easy, then I give you a break. Very easy. Listen to me. Rayat means peasant. Now, the British moved to Madras Presidency. Madras Presidency is now under them. This whole area which you see here, is Madras Presidency to some level till this point. Till this point, it is Madras Presidency. Now, the problem is that in the South Indian agrarian economy and society, zamindars are absent. So you have you have peasants, but zamindars are extremely rare. Extremely rare. So the first issue is that if I had to apply permanent settlement, which Wellesley even did, if I apply permanent settlement, the problem is this. So the problem is implementation of permanent settlement is not possible because zamindars are not there. Zamindars are not there itself. And more than that, zamindar is owner of land but works on it, elite class. Yes, in a way, Aryan, yes. Zamindars are landlords, peasants are small farmers. Okay. Now, the British also saw the impact of permanent settlement. See, permanent settlement in principle sounds very good, but at working was extremely bad. So whilst the impact of the first point is there is theoretically no way they can actually apply permanent settlement, and second, the British itself see the impact of permanent settlement, which is bad for both zamindar and peasant. So there will be a reconsideration by the British. And this reconsideration was also based on the fact that the officers who were actually appointed in South, name Alexander Reed and Thomas Munro, these people come from Scotland. They are Scottish officers. They come from Scotland. So you would know that in UK, United Kingdom is Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. So these are Scottish officers. And at this point of time, there was a movement where peasants were seen as important agricultural element. That is called the Scottish Enlightenment. Enlightenment. So there was a movement which was happening in Scotland at this point of time, which is called the Scottish Enlightenment. They got enlightenment that zamindars are useless or landlords are useless, rather peasants are important. So there were three factors which played an important role in the introduction of the Rayatwari settlement. First is the absence of the zamindar itself. Thereafter, the concept of not having the requisite impact of permanent settlement itself. And third is the Scottish officers being influenced by Scottish Enlightenment. So, if this makes sense, I'll give you a 10-minute break here and then I'll go to Rayatwari, Mehalwari, because then I don't want a break there. Can we all agree before we break, and you can have your breakfast, why is it not possible to introduce what we call as permanent? Permanent settlement cannot be introduced because zamindars don't exist. Second, Scottish officers which were actually appointed in South India were influenced by a intellectual movement in Scotland, which is called the, I'll write intellectual movement called the Scottish Enlightenment, which argued that the peasant is important, and the British also were not able to get the right results out of the permanent settlement. Are we clear with regards to these 3 points? Because I can go on, but then it will become 8, 10, 8, 15. That is why I'm giving it to you here. Yes, Scottish Enlightenment is an intellectual movement in Scotland where it says peasants are important. Can we break for 10 minutes? Yes or no? Why are zamindars absent? Because that is the economy of South India itself. Yes, great. Who is a Rayat? Rayat, it says, look at the screen. It says peasant in the bracket. It means that is the meaning of that. Okay, perfect. No, I don't want to break at Mahalwari, at Rayatwari. It will become too short. Because now I'll transition. It is going to be a long discussion. So it is what? 7:43. We come back at 7:53, and thereafter we go on till 9:30 back to back. Nobody saying nothing. Right? Okay. See you. Welcome back. Okay. Now, see, everybody is okay. Now, had your breakfast. Pay attention. Okay, great. More or less, Abhishek, 5-10 years difference, not simultaneous. 10 years, maybe. 1793, this is 1804, 5. Okay. Now, we have established the permanent settlement, give revenue and collection rights and ownership to Zamindar, doesn't pay to the highest bidder, 90% fixation. The flaw is peasant does not get anything, 90% share, highest possible revenue was fixed. Now, Cornwallis has now been, in a way, uh, he's been what we call as replaced by Wellesley. Wellesley comes and says that we need revenue extraction from Madras Presidency also. So he says that, okay, why not apply permanent settlement? But permanent settlement cannot be applied because of the following reasons. First, there are no zamindars in the level or scale at which they are in North India. Second is the fact that both zamindar and peasants were impacted for the worst, and the permanent settlement is not giving consistent revenue also. And the officers who have to apply it are also from Scotland, and they believe, not like Cornwallis, who's a landlord, they believe that peasant is important. Can we agree to this much and then I take the story forward? Yes? Okay. Now, what system Thomas Munro and Reed will introduce is called Rayatwari settlement. Now, what is the Rayatwari settlement? The district collector gives ownership rights to the peasant or the Rayat. That is why it's called Rayatwari. And state will fix a given revenue if acceptable to peasant ownership, which is also called patta. You would have heard it from your parents or your grandparents. Patta. Patta is basically the word for ownership. That whose name is the land. Patta kiske naam pe hai? Whose name is the land. So ownership, patta, is given to the peasant. Now, no other landed intermediary is involved. Learn from the permanent settlement. And what is the tax rate here? 50% for dry land, 60% for wetland not permanently fixed can be revised at any given time. If he does not accept it, the land will be left fallow. So, very simply, in principle, Rayatwari settlement looks like a settlement which is created to rectify the issues in the permanent settlement. That is why they go with the peasant. They don't fix the revenue permanently. The revenue rate is also 50 to 60%. And the fact of the matter is, no other landed intermediary is involved in this whole process. So, in principle, I think you also can also see that it is a better system than permanent. We all can agree that, because here the peasant is not getting dispossessed, he is not becoming landless. The zamindars were already exploitative. So, very simply, it's like a correction to what they did in permanent. What was it? What was the problem in permanent? What happens to zamindars? Mona Lisa, there is no zamindar in South India generally. That is the problem. So if you are a zamindar, you will be treated as a peasant only. So the basic point of the matter is that here the British go for settling with the peasants. Now all seems rosy and good till you understand the flaws. The flaw of the system, though in principle, a better system than permanent, same issues. Assessment was arbitrary, too much demand of revenue. But the biggest issue which the peasants face is the peasants are unable to pay high revenue demand. Therefore, money lenders will emerge as dominant class. These money lenders will basically created what is called a debt trap. Peasant will lose land because of debt to money lenders. So when there was no intermediary, they created intermediary. Arbitrary means, see, if I have to go, I go to a peasant. I say that I want to decide your revenue. So systematically, you would first measure the land, you would see the fertility, you would understand everything, then put it. That's called proper revenue assessment. What they did was that they randomly went and said, saw the land. Okay, I think you can pay me 10,000 rupees. It's called arbitrary. Just by looking at the land, they used to decide. So the British, this is a better system, but in principle, it looks better. In implementation, again, the British do what they do, too much assessment. So I'll read it out to you. It will start to make sense. See, Cornwallis expected the permanent settlement to be extended elsewhere. And when Lord Wellesley came, he gave the orders of extension of permanent settlement to the Madras Presidency. However, why would the permanent settlement not work in Madras Presidency? Because there is no sizable portion of Zamindari class as in Bengal. More than that, there's a disillusionment with the permanent settlement, and the Scottish Enlightenment is also one of the issues. Scottish officers such as Thomas Munro, Mountstuart Elphinston seem to have hinted to a revision of the system. And the perennial fiscal crisis of Madras presidency needed a better system than permanent settlement. Therefore, the genesis is linked to Alexander Reed in 1792. However, it will be properly applied only in 1801 when he will become the governor of Madras presidency in the ceded districts of Madras presidency. So, what is the system? The system is very simple. After this, they proceeded to assess each cultivator or rayat separately and thus evolved the Rayatwari settlement. Rayat means peasant cultivator. It created individual property rights in land, but it vested this in the peasant rather than the zamindar. In the system, the cultivator was regarded as the owner of the land. They had ownership rights and could sell, mortgage, and gift land. Annual agreement were being there between the government and the cultivator, and on accepting of that only the patta was transferred, and therefore the cultivator, if he does not agree, the land will be left fallow. Now, one more important thing and one of the flaws in this system, if peasant not able to pay revenue, give it to the next highest bidder. Same as in Bengal. Same as in Bengal. So, this was practiced in Madras and areas of Bombay and even parts of Assam and the Kurg provinces. The taxes were to be directly collected by the government from the peasant, 50% for dry land, 60% for wetland. The rates were high, but unlike permanent settlement, it was not fixed forever and could increase. If they failed to pay taxes, they would be evicted by the government. And here, there were no middlemen in the form of the zamindari system. But since the high tax rate was paid only in cash, it will in turn lead to the money lender becoming problematic. Coorg is part of Karnataka. Is going to become a problem for the peasants because they would have to take money from the money lenders itself. So, thus the system, therefore, in order to be attractive, equitable, should have had a detailed land survey, quality of soil, quality of field, average produce, everything should have been taken into account. But that was only in theory. In practice, estimations were all guesswork. Revenue demand was so high that it was very hard to collect it from the peasant itself. And when not collected, peasants were evicted itself. The Ratwai settlement did not eliminate village elites itself because when the peasants did not have money, they only went to these money lenders and even the elites which could then lend them money, therefore creating a debt trap in that regard. Deccan rights are not related to this. That's indigo farming and all. So very simply, the concept is, again repeating myself, I'll tell you through the map what to remember. Ownership to peasant, state will give you the revenue demand, accept it, get patta, 50-60%. No other intermediary should be there. And the basic point is not permanently fixed. But the flaw is that assessment was arbitrary, peasant was not able to pay high demand, and the debt trap is created because of money lenders, and they can also be evicted in that regard. So I think Rayatwari should be easier to remember and easy because you understand permanent in that regard. Yes. Okay. So the Rayatwari areas are this. So can we move to Malwari and see what to remember here? What to remember? Peasant 50-60%, non-permanent. That's it. Come on. Great. Okay. Now comes the concept of Mahalwari. Now, the British are becoming and more frustrated. How are they becoming more and more frustrated? They went with the zamindar, didn't work. They went with the peasant, again did not work. So very simply, the peasants or the zamindars, be it any of them, the British are now getting irritated. So when they get the north western sector of India, which is Punjab, Haryana, they wanted a simple system. So neither zamindar, neither peasant. First, they went with a person called talukdar. Talukdars are basically in charge of a taluk. Taluk is basically above district level. So you would have heard this word till today. A lot of you would know taluk. Taluk. There are courts at the taluk level. Talukdar still exist as a position. So they went with talukdars. So talukdars would have number of villages under them, and tax could be collected. Tax could be taken by talukdars. But the problem is that as soon as the British started to create pressure on them, they started to rebel. So talukdars were also not a viable option for the British in the Mahalwari area, in the northwestern areas. So therefore, they will find a very unique solution in that sector. And that unique solution is Mahalwari system. Mahalwari system. Now, what is the Mahalwari system? The Mahalwari system is based on a very simple logic. Is based on a very simple logic, wherein very simple logic. We find the concept of talukdar, peasant, not zamindar, not talukdar. Any issue there? No. Very simply, they cannot go with the talukdar. They are rebelling. They cannot go with the peasant because it's too complicated. And zamindars had already tried to do also. So everybody is following this point that why cannot zamindari or what we call as permanent settlement and Rayatwari settlement not be applied? Yes, Talukdars, as I said, are small officers which were there during the during the Mughal period, control number of villages, and they thought that they'll take the money from Talukdars itself. Nagaraja, Taluk is today lower than district. At this point of time, Taluk would be bigger than a district, having 2-3 districts in itself. So that's a separate issue altogether. Why would Talukdars rebel? Because if you're going to push them too much, they will not do. Zamindars, because permanent settlement did not work. They don't want to bring in permanent again. So they wanted a new system, but they wanted it to be much more simplified. So what is the simplified system they come up with? The simple concept is why they not prefer Talukdars, because Talukdars rebel. They did not want to give. They did not come under the pressure of the British. The British were creating pressure. Give us more money. Give us more money. They were a little bit more powerful, so they started to rebel. Now, what the British did was they fixed the revenue at the Mahal level. Mahal is basically a revenue unit and can include 2 to 3 taluks or multiple villages. So the way the whole society, a whole concept was that Mahal, thereafter taluks, thereafter district, thereafter village. Now it has become reversed. It becomes district, then taluk, then village. This is the basic concept. So they said that let us do one thing. Let's fix the revenue of the mahal level. Now, very simply, what they did, there are, for example, A, B, C, D, and E. These are the villages which come under one mahal. So what they will do is that rather than going to each and every village, then going to the peasant, then the jamindar, then saying sign a document with me, these, that, no. They said, we want 10 lakh rupees out of this mahal. You figure it out. How will you give us 10 lakh rupees? You tell us how you will give us 10 lakh rupees. That is not my problem. So what is going to happen is that the village headman will say that, okay, 10 lakh rupees, there are 5 villages. So therefore, 2 lakh rupees. Then every headman is going to then go to every peasant and say 2 lakh rupees is the basic demand. And we have, for example, 100 peasants, 3 zamindars. So we are going to contribute like this. So what they've actually done is that they have very simply removed the need of going to the lowest level possible. They have removed the need to go to the lowest level possible. They are just coming and saying that here is the demand, give it to us. We don't care how you give it to us. So it is called Mahalwari because it is not the peasant, it is not the zamindar, it's just the mahal. So imagine what basically in school you would have seen how teachers distribute certain type of handouts. They don't go and give it to each and every student. They go and give it to the monitor. The monitor, it is his headache how everybody gets it. So same way, think of it like this, that the mahal is that, see, we want 10 lakh rupees. You see how you get it. But tell me one thing. If this is going to be the system, who becomes the real power center in villages then? The headman. And ironically, headmen actually started to act like what we call as zamindars, because it's basically a modified permanent settlement, because now the headman is acting like a zamindar. But in Mahalwari, there are two very distinct elements of permanent and Rayatwari. The headmen act like zamindars. On the other hand, the ownership of land is with the Rayat. It is not with the headman or the zamindar. So it has both the elements of Rayatwari and zamindari or permanent settlement. But at the same point of time, it also takes away the headache of going to each and every peasant or each and every zamin, or what we call as zamindar, or each and every cultivator to actually get revenue. This is the easiest they actually wanted to be or wanted to have a system as. So as you will see, what is the Mahalwari system? The Mahalwari system was introduced by Holt Mackenzie in 1822 and was then reviewed by Benjamin Bentinck in 1833. It was established in northwestern frontier, Agra, central provinces, the Gangetic Valley and parts of Punjab. It has the elements of Zamindari and Rayatwari both. The system divided the whole land into mahals. Mahals could constitute one or more villages. The tax was assessed at the mahal. Each individual farmer gave his share. The ownership was also with the peasant. However, revenue was collected by the village headmen or village leaders. This introduced the concept of average rent to be paid by everybody according to social classes and how they are. The state share was 66% and was agreed upon for 30 years. So for 30 years, it was 66%. After 30 years, it could be thereafter revised. This system virtually is also called modified zamindari system because the headmen which virtually started to act like zamindars. And that is why The simple point of the matter is the village headman became very, very important. But why was the Melwari settlement made with the village community? Because the fact is that initial short-term settlements eventually led to a permanent settlement in the long run, which is Mahalwari settlement. There was what is called as faulty and artificial estimation of productivity also. And again, the same story, revenue was very, very high itself. Big talusdars had initially were first part of this regime, but they were liquidated when they started to become rebellious. And therefore, when they cannot go to talukdars, they actually went to the village community via the headmen. And in 1822, there were basic laws which were passed, which allowed for field-to-field survey to be done. But again, the basic point of the matter is, whilst the talukdar were not fully eliminated, some places they were also in a way cooperating. The simple point of the matter is that the talukdar plus the headman became oppressive at times. And as I said, simply the assessment still remained very, very high. Very, very high revenue demand. So though RM Bird, a British officer, is going to change it, but simple point is they will always be asking for more and more and more and more. So the total revenue fixed should have been co-shared by everybody. However, again, it did not work because there was confusion, there was corruption, field surveys were flawed, and as it is, village communities were ruined by high revenue demand, debt burden, and the zamindars, rather the headmen, started to act like zamindars and started to oppress people. So it's the same story everywhere. Who dies in all of these settlements in one go? Who is the one who's suffering in all the settlements? So you have Malwari in these areas, rather Malwari in these areas. The peasant, very good. If these three make sense, I would like to give you a table, summarize it, and then move to commercialization. Making sense? Okay. So if you can remember what I'm making on the screen, your work is done, and what you need is basically a little bit of revision, and you will not ever have any problem in this. I've tried to explain these systems to you, though you don't have to do it in the examination. You just write standard lines, and that is it. Okay. Okay. You can remember this much. Both type of questions can come, both statement based questions and mains questions, both can. You're asking me who were the mahals, then the question is incorrect. What is a mahal? Mahal is a revenue level. Revenue level. 66%, not 16. Anytime change means that it can be changed year on year. There's no fixed period in which it will change. Period means for how, when can it be changed? When can it be changed? Right? Are we clear? Can we move on from this topic? What if Mahalwari failed to, Mahal will not be able to pay the simply the headman will be removed, a new headman will be appointed. What is the name for Mahal? Mahal is Mahal. Okay. If the ownership is with the peasant, and the village headman will become powerful because the peasant will be pushed and dominated by the zamindar, the headmen. The headmen are actually not what we call as, they are leaders. They don't have this power to collect revenue. That is the power the British give them. You want which region? I showed you that map. Malwari is the regions which I marked in blue. The red regions are permanent settlement, and the green regions are the Ratwari settlement. Are we clear with regards to this discussion? Come on. Don't have to do a thesis on them, but is this making sense? Yes, because in the book, what will be given is randomly, they will give you these words. And I have tried to explain to you the whole process. So I hope it's making sense as of right now. Yes? Okay. Now, you want a practice question? Okay, question. No, they're not asking you maps. That is for your reference. Right? I'll talk about Prachi triangular trade. That's a separate issue altogether. Previous year questions from this topic we'll do together. I don't know what are you looking for in previous year questions. You want to see what type of questions will come. So I'm telling you statement based questions. Or you want to see it, is it worth doing this topic? Yes, it is. You have to take my word for that. So can I move on? Land reforms in India is modern, is post independence. Okay. Now we enter module number 7, which is the second part to this story. And now we enter a very interesting concept. You want to read the book, sure. If you don't want to read the book, see, the material which is written for settlements is actually out of Shekhar Bandyopadhyay. Shekhar Bandyopadhyay is an optional level book. So other books, Spectrum and all, give very confusing explanations. If you can make sense here, it makes sense. Mahal is not a representative. Mahal is a level at which the village headmen collect it. So the point is that the fixation is at the Mahal level. Okay. You can criticize the schemes. These are not government of India schemes. Criticize them like anything. The question is just have to give the comparative understanding of how these settlements are different to each other. Can we now pay attention to this discussion now? Come on. Robert Clive's model, Chalu, is nothing but European supervisors over the concept of the indigenous old Mughal machinery. Nothing more, nothing less. I've said 4 times, either you're not listening to me or you don't want to listen. So, as of right now, we've reached Pahalwar, you're still stuck up there. Very simply, can we now talk about commercialization? Because I need to create a certain chain of thought. If you will be caught up there, then it will be a problem for me. So Can we now think beyond these revenue settlements? If you can remember that box, any question you can answer. Okay. Now, there's something called commercialization of agriculture. Now, if you will go to a Britisher today, and ask him, what were the positive impacts of British rule in India? Though there are none, he will say to you, commercialization of agriculture. Now, what do you mean by commercialization of agriculture? Commercialization of agriculture means peasant produces for the market. This is a normal definition. That when you produce cash crops, for example, sugarcane, you produce indigo, you produce tea, coffee, rubber, cotton. You are technically producing not for yourself, you are producing for the market. So, commercialization of agriculture is considered a positive concept because it means that the peasant has become market conscious. So, in a generic sense, it is considered positive because you would like your peasant to go and commercialize. But in the Indian context, you need to understand that our commercialization was not natural commercialization, but actually forced commercialization. Forced commercialization. You see how? Land revenue settlements are there. The standard protocol of land revenue settlements anywhere is what? High revenue demand. Is high revenue demand. Now, high revenue demand means that if I sell one bag of wheat and if I sell one bag of cotton, which will fetch me more money? Cotton. Because cotton is a cash crop. So the rate at which cotton will be sold will be much more expensive than wheat. So the peasants, in order to pay this high demand, shifted to commercial crops or cash crops. But this is a forced process because they have no choice. But to produce it. Now tell me one thing. If every peasant is going to shift from food grains to cash crops, what is going to happen to grains? Shortage. And this will lead to famines. Because now there's a chain reaction. Land revenue settlement leads to forced process of commercialization, which in turn leads to famines. Because everybody is producing cotton because it goes for a better rate. But there's a much bigger master plan here, which people tend or students don't realize. The exact time at which our peasants are commercializing, what crops should they actually go for? That is dictated by the English. English want certain crops for European market. So they dictate the crops. So if you look at it, land revenue was designed in a way to force commercialization, and at the same time England wanted commodities for European markets, and therefore they will introduce indigo, opium, silk, etc. to the rather not introduce, they will indirectly force the peasant to produce these commodities. So there are two processes which are happening together. At the same time, when land revenue is being extracted, the same time the British also want commodities. So our commercialization was neither dictated by our peasants, neither the crops were dictated by the peasants, and neither was it a natural process. More than that, commercialization of agriculture is directly linked to famines. So try to imagine it. I'm giving you this 30-second time to just imagine what I'm trying to argue here. That it's a much very neat plan it is. If land revenue settlements would not have been introduced, then peasant would never go to cash crops. If peasant would never go to cash crops, he would then the English would never get their commodities. Rather, the land revenue settlement is designed in such a way that it forces commercialization at the same time when the British want certain commodities. So the whole system is geared in such a way that the English interest is protected everywhere, or the English interest dictates everything. This link is extremely important for you because people tend to separate commercialization, and we tend to talk about commercialization in a positive sense. No, it is not a positive thing. It was not a positive thing. It was rather designed by the British in such a way that their interest was at the same time met both places. They were able to extract revenue also, and they were able to get their commodities also. This is the catch, and this is the larger economic policy which allows for dual exploitation via land revenue also and commodities also. Getting my point? How this basic chain of thought is created. So let me then define for you what is commercialization of agriculture in India. Commercialization of agriculture in India means the process of forced adoption of cash crops by our peasants due to extremely high demand in land revenue. The land revenue settlements pushed the peasant to commercialize. The trade needs of the English dictated the commercialization crops. And I'll tell you one thing, the level where we are discussing all these things is actually quite higher than GS. I'm trying to give a very logical, theoretical understanding of how we understand economic policy. Because if you are able to create this chain of thought, then you will never forget it. Because we cannot talk about commercialization in isolation, that it happened just because of land revenue settlements. We cannot talk about commercialization just arbitrarily as a positive concept. It is a process of forced commercialization. If this is clear, then I'll move into the crops itself. Okay. One more angle which I can bring in the Industrial Revolution had started in Britain. So the industries also wanted certain commodities. Are you getting this angle? That as much as the trade needs dictated, the Industrial Revolution wants not cotton cloth, it wants raw cotton. Same way, land revenue pivots it to commercialization, trade needs pivot towards the crops, and the Industrial Revolution also dictates what crops should they avoid, they should do. India should become a raw material exporter than a finished goods exporter. And this point needs to be very, very clear in your mind. Okay. So, in 1765, the Court of Directors wrote to their employees in India that we need to enlarge every channel for conveying the annual produce of our acquisitions and increase the investment of your company to the utmost extent that you can. Cornwallis even reiterated that the value of Bengal to the British depends on the continuance of the ability to furnish an annual investment, large annual investment to Europe. So they were very, very clear what they wanted. And to acquire Indian goods for sale in Europe, there was less demand of British goods in India, so they rather were paying in gold and silver. So they collect the tax to cover its military and administrative expenses, and whatever is left, they then put it into commodities itself. So if we accepted commercialization because of high revenue demand, then how did they dictate cash crops they want? Because Mayavanshi, if I am looking for a cash crop to substitute my wheat, then if I go to a cash crop, for example, I start to produce mangoes, but the British one will not buy mangoes from you, then what is the point of going mangoes? The British would only accept certain or would support certain cash crops which could be readily sold. So understand this. The British created a demand for cash crops which the peasants could then meet. Rather than producing something which you cannot sell only, they are dictating what can be sold because they create the demand itself. Are you getting my point? That we go for forced commercialization. At the same point of time, the peasant is looking for a cash crop. The same point of time, the British are ready to accept a cash crop. It's a good question. That is the way you need to understand. Peasant is looking for a cash crop, and they are ready to accept a cash crop. Therefore, there's a convergence. Are we clear? The Britishers are the only buyers here. Yes. No other European power is there. Okay. Now, why commercialization of agriculture? First is the opposition of the British cotton mills. Initially, the company wanted or concentrated on exporting Indian manufacturers to the West. They used to buy it from India, then sell it to the rest of Europe. By mid 18th century, cotton mills of the British saw Indian textiles as a threat. Therefore, they wanted them to shift to agricultural products itself. So herein comes the industrial revolution angle. Industrial revolution. And second is more important, which is India needed to cater to the triangular trade. It had to develop a certain trade which could help in creating a triangle between India, China, and what we call as Britain. The British imported large quantities of tea from China and paid Indian products such as ivory, raw cotton, and later opium to the Chinese. And the British did not want to use bullion. Instead, they wanted to use the commercialized crops which they could sold. So, if you look at it, then it will come to you that where I started this discussion is where I've come again back. I started a discussion talking to you about triangular trade. That Indian revenue was used to negate the need for gold and silver. And now I've come to the point where I've shown you that how land revenue helps that, but also commercialization is also aligned with triangular trade. So we've come full circle to the point where we started, wherein the British have now found a way to change the whole model itself. I hope this is a little bit more interesting than what we did in expansion and all. Little bit more theoretical, much more interesting, and more what we call as concept based. So as I told you, as we go on, this is going to become the standard protocol. So if you are understanding it, then you never have to learn it. And I hope everybody is understanding it, because you become a little bit quiet in that regard, but most probably that is because you're concentrating and not following in that sense. So multiple ways of coming to the same point. Remember, land revenue, commercialization, and triangular trade all are related to each other. Yes? Okay. Now, this triangle needed to be catered. And India needed to produce commodities which could be sold in China, and which could be sold in England, and could be sold in Europe. And the first such crop was raw silk. Now again, you don't have to go into each and every crop and become an expert and try to understand it like anything. You are a silk specialist. No. Just know the crop, just know basic terms about it, and then move on. So the first is raw silk. And why did the company want to introduce raw silk into India, or what is called mulberry silk, which is used in India quite a lot? Because they wanted to first substitute Chinese silk, and if not, then it is basically Italian and Spanish silk, wherein the Italian and Spanish silk which was coming was very, very expensive. So the British wanted to substitute it with Bengal silk. But the problem of Bengal silk was that the quality was quite bad. Therefore, they brought in a new device and workshop which was used by the Italians. They're called filiatures. Basically, when you make silk, you have to actually push it and pull it. Basically, you have to thread it in a way. You put it at a point and then you pull it, then again you pull it. This gives it that threadish understanding. But the problem was that we were using a push and pull technique which was destroying the thread itself. So what they introduced is called a filiature. Filiature looks like this. It's just a small, it's called a filiature. So what they did was that they put the silk like this on this and they started to push it, and it was a much better way. A filiature is basically a basic device which is used to improve the method of making silk. And the company very categorically pushed in both South, in Madras Presidency and Bengal, specifically in Madras Presidency, for mulberry tree farming, so that the silkworm which eats the mulberry tree leaf can have the right amount of food, or they could have what is called worm farms which could be used for producing silk. Silk comes from the silkworm, and therefore silkworm eats the mulberry tree leaves and therefore produces a certain type of thread, and that thread is then pushed. First it is boiled and then they put it on filiatures and pull it. You don't need to know how it works, but basically filiature is this device which was used to push and pull. Vaibhav, listen to me. You're asking me, listen to me. When I say that it's a basic device which is used to push and pull the silk, it is just a simple device for better silk production. We don't have to become mulberry farmers, we don't have to become silk farmers. So if in the examination you see the word filiature, it is linked to silk. Three basic points are here. Spanish and Italian silk they wanted to eliminate. Second, filiatures were there, and the company coerced the peasants to also grow mulberry trees, which is needed to produce silk at low rates and prices. Yes, silk is clear. Okay. Now comes the most produced and most monitored crop of the British, and that is opium. That is opium. Now, why did they need opium? Because these English, in their bid to open China, because China was not allowing them to trade in anything, so the moral Britishers actually drugged the Chinese in afim so that their smugglers could give them gold and silver, and then they would take it to the port and buy tea and silk. The fact is that opium is produced via what is called a poppy plant. You would have seen it for sure somewhere. This is called a poppy plant. Poppy plant has a very big bulb, and opium production needs a lot of precision, because you have to go in the morning 4:30, 5 o'clock, make a small cut on the bulb. There's a small liquid which comes out, and this liquid is put into water, and that is basically opium. The circle is the bulb of the plant itself. So what you get is this small paste. This is called opium. What is called afim. And afim, the best quality of afim actually does not come from Patna or Bengal, but comes from Deccan. Comes from what is called the Karnataka, northern Karnataka, Maharashtra sector, because when they take out this afim, they don't put it into water, they put it into oil. So the content is good. We don't have to produce this drug, and you should not also. But the basic point of the matter is, it's a very, very difficult task to produce afim and opium generally. But the British actually cultivated and very systematically produced opium, and the sole purpose of that was actually to to sell it or to smuggle it to China. Now, the beauty of this model, I will tell you, is that the English never did bad things on their own ships. What used to happen was that opium was produced in Bengal. Then the Britishers used to give Indian traders this opium, and they used to say, take this opium, which is an illegal substance in China, and till today it is illegal. And they said that take this opium via the Straits of Malacca, and you come to a small port here called Macau. And at Macau, Indian traders used to hand over this opium to the Britishers. The Britishers would then smuggle it, or rather, smuggling means illegally sell it to the Chinese smugglers. The Chinese smugglers would then give them gold and silver. And now the British would walk up to the port, think like they had not done anything, and they were taking Chinese gold and silver by drugging them and then buying their silk and tea. So there was a major outcry. Basically, 50% of the Chinese population had got addicted to opium because of the smuggling of the Britishers, all just to get tea and silk. So this commodity was very near and dear to the English and was very closely monitored. So when we talk about opium, the British found it difficult to pay for tea that was imported from China. So they now started to sell opium to the Chinese. Opium is an addictive drug found it very profitable to basically smuggle it into China. Opium was produced previously in small commodities. However, it was a narcotic. It was never produced in mass scale. So in 1773 itself, as soon as Warren Hastings comes through, he creates what are called government contracted crop farming of opium. Imagine today if the government of India had their own cocaine producing factories. This is what they actually were doing. They had a proper concept wherein they produced opium at a scale which was never known in that regard. So opium, as I said, very near and dear to the British, and generally used by the British to spread what we call as addictive narcotics into China to pay for tea and silk. Any issue in opium? No? Okay. Now comes a crop. Is opium cultivated now also? Why not? Afim is available today also. Right. Afim, ganja, everything. No issues at all. Okay, great. Now, sir, how can a government grow opium? So you expect ethics from the British. Don't expect ethics from British. Okay. Now comes a crop called indigo. Indigo is basically Neel. Is Neel what you see in Ujala, Char Bundo Wala? Very simply, that is synthetic blue dye. However, initially blue color was obtained by indigo. Indigo is basically a leafy plant. When produced, once it is grown, you then boil it, and when you will boil it, you get blue color. But there's a problem of opium, what we call as there's a problem of indigo crop. Indigo crop is extremely bad for the land. Is very, very nutrition heavy. Very, very nutrition heavy. rather we'll say not nutrition heavy, very, very, or rather we'll say uses the fertility of soil very quickly. More than that, it will take a very important thing, which is nitrogen. It will take nitrogen from the soil. So it destroys the soil fertility for sure. So if you produce for example 10 kgs of indigo on one crop, one track, next year you will never be able to produce 10 kgs. Every year, if you don't leave the land fallow, the production is going to keep on dropping, because it very, very quickly takes out fertility. So indigo produces blue violet color, nitrogenous, nitrogen sucking crop, and very, very bad for land. Very, very bad for land. Are we clear? Indian soils are already nitrogen deficient. Very good. Now, see, before indigo, there was also a crop called wand, WONDS, wands, that was actually produced in what we call as America's Caribbean islands. But when the American production actually went down, Indian indigo market became very, very important. But what is more interesting about indigo is not the crop, but how it was produced in India. So it is a blue dye which comes from tropical plants. It is used for coloring textile. And up to the 1790s, much of the Western supply came from the Caribbean islands. When the Caribbean islands, the production declined, Indian market very quickly became very, very important. And it was also encouraged by the Europeans quite a lot in India. But indigo was produced in two basic systems. Two basic systems. Now, please pay attention, because questions come out of this area. Yes, wands produce very dull bluish color. Yes. So, indigo was produced in India in two ways. One is called Nij, and the other one is called Rayati. The other one is called Rayati. Nij and Rayati. Now, what do I mean by Nij and what do I mean by Rayati? Nij is that when what used to happen was that European, you can say Europeans bought land and created plantations on which indigo is grown and processed. So the land is European property, but more than that, if it is European property, the resources are also European money. So they will employ labor and produce. So they will first grow, then boil, and then process. But only 5% of all indigo plantation or indigo production was based on Nij. Why would that be the case? Why would that be the case that only 5% of indigo was produced under Nij? Or what is the disadvantage of this system? The disadvantage of this system is that basically European land and European resources are getting burnt. So a European planter would not want to destroy his own land. It's not the lengthy process. It's just that there is a diminishing return. So why destroy the fertility of your own land? So the most preferred model in India was the Rayati system, 95%, wherein peasants were given advances to produce indigo and sell it to the planter at a low but fixed cost. Fixed cost. But the problem of this system is it creates a debt trap for peasants, and after a point it will become a process of forced cultivation. I'll tell you how. Let's look at a very simple example. A European comes and says to me, a peasant, I will give you 100 rupees. I will give you 100 rupees. You buy what you need to buy in that. I give it to you upfront. You have to sell me the indigo produced at 10 rupees per kg after you have grown it. So I get this advance. I get a loan in a way. Now, in order to pay off this planter, how many kgs I need to produce? Very good. 10 kgs is needed. So what happens is that in the first cycle, I am able to produce 100 rupees worth and I am able to pay it off. So I go to him again. He says, okay, take 100 rupees and sell it at rupees 10. So again, I have to produce 10 kgs. But what is going to happen is that 10 kgs is not going to come only because indigo has taken the fertility away. So it will produce 9 kgs. So the deficit is going to be of 10 rupees. Then it will produce 8 kgs, then 7 kgs, then 5 kgs. And what is happening is the peasant now starts to owe more and more and more and more and more money to the planter. And at one point of time, taken 100 rupees as debt, he would owe the planter close to 300 rupees. And this is why the Nij system was not used, because the same thing could happen to a planter. So they shifted all the burden to the peasant. And this is why indigo was an issue, not just in one area, from indigo riots to Champaran to Teen Kathia system to different places in India. Wherever indigo was produced, there was forced cultivation in that regard. Can't understand it. You tell me one thing. First, I take 100 rupees from you. Again, simple. 100 rupees I take. It's a CSAT question. I take 100 rupees from you. I sell it at 100. So I need to produce 10 kgs. So I produce that in the first cycle. But the next cycle, indigo would have taken away the fertility. So my yield is going to go down. So I will only produce 9 kgs. So I owe not 100, now 110 rupees. Now I will pay him 90 rupees, 10 rupees left. So he will say, okay, take 100 more. So I owe him 110. So I should be producing 11 kgs, yes or no? I should be producing 11 kgs to pay it off, because I had a deficit of 10 kgs. So rather than producing 11 kgs, the yield is not going to be 11 kgs only. It will only be 8 kgs. So now there will be 20 rupees of debt which is added. So 130 rupees I need to pay. So I need to produce 13 kgs, but I will only produce 7 kgs. This will create a cycle of debt. That is the problem here. I am explaining this to you. You are asking me what is Nij. Nij is then when the European does all of this. Nij is when the land is owned by the European. And Rayati is when the land is owned by the peasant. That is it. Are we understanding this concept? That why would a planter prefer Rayati over Nij? Yes. So in a way, our farmers were forced. Yes. The Nij land is in India only, but is owned by, the thought process itself is dangerous. The land is in India. Can indigo be produced in England? Tell me why. If yes, why? If no, why? Use your geography. If no, then why? It's a tropical crop. Cannot be produced in a temperate zone. So the land cannot be in England. It's not the factor of peasant and profit. No, it's not about that. It's just that the temperature for indigo is only in India. England is a temperate country. We need tropical for this. Okay. So now I'll read it out to you. It should make sense. Under the first system, which is called Nij, the planter undertook the cultivation with their own plough and cattle, employing hired labor for the purpose. And the plant was cut, taken to the factory, and dye was extracted. Under the Rayati system, peasants cultivated the plant on their own land and had to deliver it to the factory at a fixed price. Almost all of indigo produced in this system was actually based on Rayati, and all the advantages were with the planter. To begin with, the peasants were paid a price which was very, very low, and yet he could not refuse to grow indigo when he is in a debt trap. Refusal might have led to the beating and imprisonment and destruction of the crop itself. The planters were Europeans and maintained excellent relations with magistrates and government officers, so that no complaint of their violence could also reach the people or the government. So the peasants were compelled to grow this plant at a loss to themselves, and their this accumulated anger is going to come out in what is called the Indigo Riots in 1859-60. So very simply, Nij is when they produce it on European produces on his own plantation, very rare. And Rayati is when they produce it on their own, when the peasant produces on a part of his own land, but he has to sell it at a fixed price, which in turn introduce the concept of forced cultivation, because there's a debt trap inside it. Yes, clear. Then we go to cotton. 2, 3 are left, then enough for today. You can't do the industrialization today. Come on. Are we clear? Okay. Now, when we talk about cotton, there are two things you need to understand. There's a major myth in India, or in what we call as standard protocols or standard text, that India, the raw cotton which was taken from India, was it used in the industries, yes or no, of Britain? The answer to that question is actually no. India has what is called short staple cotton. And the best cotton in the world actually comes from America. That's called what we call as long staple cotton, wherein Indian cotton, raw cotton, if made into a thread, it breaks very quickly, while American cotton doesn't. So, though the Britishers used to take raw cotton from India, they actually did not use it in their own industries. They used to sell it to the Europeans. For themselves, they used to actually use American cotton. But between 1860 and 65, there was 5 years of what is called civil war in America. wherein the northern states of America and southern states of America were fighting over the issue of slavery, that should they have black slavery or not. And southern states said that we want it, so they threatened to leave. So northern states, not North America, South America, United States of America, that whole setup, 50 states, northern states fought with the southern states. Because this civil war was there for 5 years, the supply of cotton was actually disrupted. And that is why you would see that all mill development, all cotton development in India was during these 5 years itself. Because as soon as American cotton is going to come back into the market, the Indian cotton will very quickly, very quickly go out of the British industries. So that is why when we talk about cotton, if indigo was the cotton of the eastern sector, raw cotton was of the western sector, because it needs black soil itself. A significant export to China had developed by 1780s, and East India Company and Bombay merchants wanted to supply it to China also. By 1806, substantial territory had been acquired in Gujarat, and the company started to force the cultivators to produce it at a very low cost itself. So though it was actually a very profitable crop, the problem was that it was sold by the peasant, or acquired by the peasant, or acquired at a very less cost. Very less cost. By 1833, private European merchants took the lead in trade and paved way for much more of commercialization. And in 1860, because of American Civil War, the demand for cotton increased from Deccan India. And that is why all major development is for 5 years between 1860 and 65. But thereafter, the market will crash very quickly. Market will crash very quickly. So we've done cotton, we've done silk, we've done opium, and we've done indigo. 4 main crops. No issues till this point? Okay. Now, the next 2, 3 are simple. Pepper and sugar. And then we'll talk about impact. And we'll do deindustrialization tomorrow. Pepper, we already know, a very important commodity. India was known for pepper. Black gold itself, it was called. And produced in the tropics. Huge demand in Europe. Now again, see, a very standard pattern is there. Once the British started to dominate in India, they always made our peasants sell it at a very low cost. And that is the basic catch here. That though again the company was able to purchase the pepper, it was still purchasing it, but they used their political force to purchase it at a very low cost. So what you see is that all these crops, people tend to say in positive light. But I hope that you're able to see that it is not a positive development. Why? Because our peasants are not gaining anything. They are already in debt because of the land revenue settlements, and they are getting the worst deal on pepper also, on commodities also. So the other companies were also trying to sell and cultivate the pepper industry, or what is called pepper generally. But the British private merchants and the British company, nobody could actually fully compete with them. Now, why am I telling you this? Because people tend to argue that the economic exploitation of India was direct. But if you look at it, it's properly indirect. It is based on commodities. They are taking our commodities at a cheap rate. They are taking it out of India itself. And what is the irony here is that all exporters are also European. So it's not that our traders are benefiting, because a British ship owned by a Britisher takes this commodity to Europe also. So if you look at the larger picture, this is the problematic aspect here. That whatever be the case, the British were exploiting their power to get cheap commodities. Now, the next commodity is sugar. Sugar is also an addictive drug. We use it till today. Sugar has a problem that sugar is produced by sugarcane. And when we talk about sugarcane, sugarcane needs to be processed within 24 hours. Why? If I cut sugarcane, if I don't refine it within 24 hours, it will be problematic. Yes, because the sucrose content will go away. It will start to dry up. But as a crop, sugarcane is one of the worst. And most of the crisis in parts of Karnataka, parts of even Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra are today because of the fact that sugarcane needs a lot of water. It's a very water intensive crop, very, very water intensive crop. And because there was a major demand in the world at this point of time for sugar, sugarcane will be produced and will be in the Gorakhpur sector, in the UP sector more, but will be produced in areas where there was no water itself, and they will also destroy the groundwater in that process. So sugar industry is going to boom in 1830s. Import duty will fall, or what the import duty for sugar in London had been reduced to facilitate import from India. Large areas were taken up as plantations, specifically in eastern UP. Peasants were given advances, and then they were bound to produce what are called sugarcane and sell it at a low fixed price. There was a 50-fold increase in sugar production in Calcutta between 1833 and 47. Prices will fall after 1848, and more or less half of the sugar factories will shut down, but the peasant will be stuck with a commodity which they have no use of, and technically is the reason why famines are going to become very, very common in the long term perspective. So we close this topic by discussing the impact. The impact is very simple. Land revenue settlement led to commercialization. Production of goods was not for Indian interest but for companies' interest. Private trading was also quite common. Basically, when an officer used to get, for example, 1,000 pounds, he used to buy 1,000 pounds worth of indigo and sell it and send it to his relatives. And they could then sell the indigo at 3,000 pounds. So a lot of people were remitting their salary in the form of commodities also. India received none of the advantages. No import duty was imposed, so there was no protection. No export income came through. Our peasants were forced to produce most of the things, and the prices were very, very low. So the simple point of the matter is, if you don't consider commercialization a type of drain, then you don't understand how the British actually operated in India. So I hope that you understand that commodities were the most important channel of drain from India, which we will discuss tomorrow when we'll first understand what is deindustrialization. So production continued, peasant revolts will happen, growing inequality, commercial production will very quickly lead to impoverishment, and cotton boom and collapse will lead to Deccan riots also. When we come back tomorrow, very simply, we will discuss deindustrialization. When we'll discuss deindustrialization, we'll again try to link. See, land revenue is linked to commercialization, is linked to deindustrialization. Tomorrow, I will have a very important discussion with you vis-a-vis on deindustrialization, how technically this word itself is problematic, because to deindustrialize, you need to have industries. But India does not have industries only. But this term technically cannot be used, but we use it for destruction of handloom sector. So handloom sector is basically the destruction of handloom sector is called deindustrialization. And then we'll talk about the channels of drain, And tomorrow we also do acts, regulating act, this act, that act, very, very important generally for your preparation. So I hope that all of this made sense to you, and land revenue settlement and commercialization is totally, perfectly, logically clear in your mind. Yes, impact is nothing but people remitting their salaries as commodities, commodities as self a form of drain, and India producing for the European market through the English. Yes. Which chapter to read from the book? Vishnu, there is no chapter on this. That is the problem. So you can read. This is the problem with the available books in that regard. You don't get direct references to it. Sugar, as I said, sugar, sucrose level falls down. So produced in India quite a lot. Thereafter, produced in India where there was water shortage also, and still in turn led to crisis because people were forced once they were given advances to produce it. Workers remitting means that I have 1,000 pounds worth of salary. Rather than sending it to my family, I will send 1,000 rupees, 1,000 pounds worth of indigo that can be sold in the market at 3 times higher price. I will get 3,000 pounds. That's it. Right. So if you don't have a question, thank you. I'll meet you tomorrow at the same time. Very simply, I can understand what to do in the book. Pintu, then don't read the book only. As of right now, I'm not asking you to read the book. I'm just asking you to follow you read you read the NCRT if you want to, you read the PPTs. What to do with the book, I will tell you later. So it's okay, no issues. No issues at all. Right? Thank you. Have a very, very nice day. Have a very good time. And see you tomorrow, same time in this, and then we go to constitutional history. Yes, Deepika, you can say that. Yes, Hari Om. Can we write notes through PPT? Sure, Chile. 50 to 60 was on produce or money. Shalu, you tell me how taxes work. 50 to 60% of produce would be there, right? Gorli, 8th class NCRT, 12th class part 3. Yes, Vaibhav. Why Indian cotton was not used in the industry? Short staple, breaks quickly, traded with the other countries for sure. You can read Bipin Chandra, Prasteek, no issues at all. They kept on implementing it because they didn't care. They just wanted money. Is there a need to make notes? No. PPTs till this point are enough? Yes. Mahal could be 1 village, 10 villages, 50 villages, doesn't matter. Which NCRT is 8th class and 12th class part 3? New NCRTs. Yes, Devi, you can do that if you want to. Which book is best for modern India? There is no one best book. Bipin Chandra is good also. Bipin Spectrum is also good. Whichever you like. Only 8th and 12th class are enough. Yes, Anshu, there are only 2 books which are for modern India only. Ideal time to write a question matters on your practice. Should be at least 9 to 10 minutes maximum. What happened after American Civil War? All came together. Happy family today. What is the weightage of this section? It's not a school examination that there is weightage of sections. How to revise? Just whatever you do after class, revise it in the night once before sleeping. It will go into your mind. Anjali takes 3 to 5 days. Hariom, I'll give you the chapters. Don't worry. I know I've seen your emails also. Don't worry about that. Yes, Akula, you can. Okay. See you tomorrow. Half an hour, the SME is there to answer any of your questions. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye.